open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make
Oh, there. Oh my god. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome. Today we're gonna be playing some Genshin Impact. Gonna be also doing Minikit hunting for Lego Star Wars, and gonna do some art practice as well. So with that being said, let's get right into this. Alright, there we go. Yep. There we go. Hopefully everything's going well. But things. Alright. May need to. Already need to readjust my model, please. Can I readjust my model? Thank you. There we go. Alright. The Great Tree. Oh. Alright. Let's see. There we go. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. Lumine is a god. Lumine is a god.
Yes.
The fuck am I supposed to go? is going well. Or, huh? Base of roots. Alright. Let's save that. Alright, alright. Alright, there we go. Now time for the next commission. How are y'all doing today, Blitsies? Hopefully y'all are eating well. Hopefully you're hydrating. If you're not, please do that right now. That's not me asking, that's an order. I will have order. And according to the order's mechanism that it is cut now, you will eat and hydrate. There we go. Hello. Okay. What? Complete the jumping challenge. Make you jump on these nuts that we want. Alright, there we go. One more. Alrighty. Oh, okay. Okay. According to the order's mechanism, the Anise cut it now. Boom, boom. Defeat the ruined Drake. Make you ruin these nuts. Oh, what? There we go. All 4 commissions. It's party setup. Party setup, party setup. No, I don't want to rename it. Alright. Party setup. Party setup. Okay. Ah, itch. Alright, before I continue on, I realized I forgot my phone in my room, so let me go get that real quick. Enjoy Nahida sitting on a enjoy Nahida. Alright, I'm back, my blitzies. Hopefully it's all well. Real quick, let me load this up. Okay. Alright, there we go. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna need to reset my model real quick. Again. Alright, there we go. Oh, I want to double check something. Yeah, that's on. Okay. Alright. I just want to double check that. Ooh. I haven't been playing for a few days, so. Yeah. Okay, what is this? Alright, getting more primos. Alright. Alright, there we go. This one player can. Damn it. Power. Can. Yeah.
何か悩み事一緒に考えてあげるわ。
There's another all parts. Okay, didn't understand a single thing. The overview. Ooh. The numbers are helping me. Alright. I didn't understand a single thing. Enter next stage. I should do Kira next. Helping me. Alright, we're doing Kira next. And I don't know what the fuck is going on. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, there we go. Deep fried ice cream. Fail. We failed. Alright. No, we're doing Kirara both ways. Dire. Oh, we're doing dire. This is a dire situation. But okay, I am doing Nahida. The Ortrace Mechanis Dananis Karanel. Boom. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, this is members for damage. Or okay, so I'll be good for Nahida. Oh, this is cool. This is really cool.
神というのは天上の存在だな。たまには私に従え。この天下で裁く。
私は帰ってきた。
私のお家にいらっしゃい。目をつぶりましょう。あなたに全部丸見えね。
これが運命か。 炎は決して消えない。
私は下げす。
全部丸見えね。
Challenge complete. Shit. Challenge failed. Shit. Yay, we completed it. Okay, fuck it. Cookie Shinobu. Cook this nuts in your mouth. Oh, my so. Yeah. Alright, Snoop is stronger on this. Does it really matter if it's normal or... Okay. Frosty training. Frosty training. Okay, okay. I guess you can have some frostbites. Cryo. Cryo Hydro. On to burst normals. Then pass. Instead of support. Okay, so. Challenge complete. Aw, Green's cute.
絶対勝てっこないって
failed. Shit though. Is it like individual layers, like all together? All together. Hmm. No. Fail. We have failure. It's really sweet. Mm. $500. We only need to get to 500. The rest is optional. Fuck it. Dire. It's a dire situation. Blazing training. Alright, we're gonna need... fuck. Where is she? Okay. You know, I gotta need... Oh, she already heals. I should have... Steadfast support. It's always the last second, like after I click confirm, it's like, oh shit, I should have picked this character. King. Pardon me.
り込みなさい。
それ
覚えて
赤熱の影よ我が命を果たせ
あなたに張り込みなさい。
命の重みを知りなさいようやくは口に
これこそが知恵の伝道。覚えて
薬も毒になりますすぐに治してあげましょう
Alright, there we go.
熱の影よ我が命を果たせ獲物だ
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
私に従えこの天下で裁く
婦人寛大ですそれ
35. Alright, alright.
自分の状況を理解してるかすぐに直して
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
ようやくは
止める勇気はある
痛くしちゃうかも。
Alright.
覚えてもらうぞ。私にはわからない。これこそが知恵の伝道。全部丸見え
加
ね。
速すると
薬も毒になり得ます八神に報いるために
手をつなぎましょう。知識をあなたに
獲物だ
責任に葬られよ
張り込みなさい。
アクセル展開
全部丸見えね。
Shit, though. Anywho.
死での旅路へ
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
獲物だ
止める勇気はある
覚えたわよ。これこそが知恵の伝道。痛くしちゃうかも。覚えたわよ。
さあ婦人寛大
痛く
です
しちゃうかも。治療しないとな。全部丸見えね。
責任に葬られよ
死での旅路へ
アクセル展開
覚えたわよ。手をつなぎましょう。
ここまで
全部丸見えね。
退路はない
痛くしちゃうかも。知識をあなたに
Rip. Alright, alright. There we go. Alright, let's see here. Do one more. Or two more. Can you not AFK? Why? What the fuck is with these people? Can you not AFK? Steamfall training. Alright, there you go. First. Okay. Alright. That done. Ooh. Yep, I got a new layout. I'm pretty happy with it. It's one of the presets from Stream Elements storefront. Okay, we got that in pretty quickly. Pardon me. Okay. I understand your tire.
私に報告か
淑女の必修科目さ。
聞こ
炎スライムは
Ooh. Alright. Ah, flashbang. Alright. Got 500. All the premiums I need. Ooh, abyss. We gotta do the abyss. Alright, yep. Okay, 50% power damage bonus. Cheap one. First half, second half. Two first halves. Alright. I know what I need to do. 2, 3, 4. Second half is gonna be two. Attack. You're gonna need a healer. Two attackers. Shielder, attacker, healer. Alright, there we go. That was quick. There we go. That was quick work of it.
裁きのいかず
Oh, that was quick work. Okay, quick work of that too. That's quick work. Quick work. 410. So you can see what 411 is gonna have one. It's the one I'm gonna have to switch up. Alright guys, this is the tism.
貴様の旅はここもあの多いあなた様のために生贄を用意した
Chamber. On to chamber 2. Elemental mastery.
おいすぐお前の勇気を見せて俺の実力を見せてやる逃げ道はありますおいお前の勇気を見せてみろ
全部丸見えね知識をあなたに迎え僕の生もの裁きの一どの目が出る稲光すなわち永遠なり
お前は
Alright, there we go, there we go.
久々の獲物だ高よ写真を起こせ逃げられると思うな
熱々でしょちょっと失礼お荷物ですこれならどうやっクオパー
さらばだ
That was quick work. On to chamber 3.
稽古相手になって
すぐ終
くれよ。
わらせてあげる。
また一人
これこそが知恵の伝授という世界の熱狂の渦に。よっ、終わりね。
見切りました。
全部丸見えね。
無我の境地。
しっかり構えとけ。
手をつなぎましょう。
構えたぜ。
知識をあなたにお披露目だ。捕まえた。
裁きの雷。
歌え、僕の名のもと。
There we go.
咲くぞ。
邪魔をするな。落下のリン。
There we go. This is what we're gonna have to do is switch up. Erase whole team. Alright, Cryo and Pyro. Oh, okay. Not sure how this is gonna work. And Pyro. Don't really have a. His opponents. We're gonna have to do Nahida. We. Kokomi. That's what we're gonna have to do. Double healer. Or triple healer team? Do we do triple healer team? Because we are gonna need so we have double. If we do triple healer team, you might be able to sustain all of it. Shut the best. I think it's better to go. Yeah, so we have two healers. Shield, so Kira can shield the heal while these two do their attacks there. We're not gonna get the bonus either way, but this is gonna be. Alright. In the second half, we got a triple healer team. Omi. Or do quadruple healer? Do we do a quadruple healer team? Where's Jean? A quadruple healer team. No shielder, but with this, we'll be staying alive. We just won't be beating anyone. Alright. Hopefully this works. Energy recharge.
燃やしてやろうか。
やけどしないように世界の熱狂の渦にな。痛がったように捕まえた。いいという工作せよ。ここより弱滅の時、逃げ道はありません。
これに構えとけ。
全部丸見え。
構えたぜ。
痛がったように。裁きの意。奪え、僕の生もの。これこそが知恵の伝道。どの目が出るか無我の境地。
始めよう。
捕まえた。見切ります。私のお家にいらっしゃる。もっと鍛えないと。
But did you just... Oh, what? Okay.
風よ、私怖くない。怖くない。落差のリン、あれ狂いなさい。ソーランの憩い。行きます。ライフパッチョ。グエグエ。ハッハッセイ。頑張れ。はあセイ。いざ。ご安心を。動かないでね。しっかり立ってな。怖くない。ソーランの憩い。風の神ね。邪魔をするな。動かないでね。せーご安心を。いざ。深海のカゴ。ソーランの憩い。グエグエ。おとなしくしな。風よ、私に応えるのだ。ご助力を。動かないでね。
Okay. Oh. Chamber 3. And your recharge.
ここより弱滅の時。開幕だ。かかれ。 きのいい
全部丸見えね。光り輝くがいい。これ
痛がっちゃうね。見切りました。
終わりね。これこそが知恵の伝。
稲光すなわち永遠なり。
ふふ。
捕まえた。
歌え僕の生もの。知識はあなたに。
どの目が出るか。ここより弱滅の時、逃げ道はありません。
覚えたわよ。光を。
かかれ。
光り輝くがいい。
Oh, there we go, there we go.
怖くない。
いざしょっ
海のちぎりよ。
風の神。
ゆえぐいでも
渚のいい。
やってご安心を。
邪魔をするな。いざ
動かないでね。
ガチャってな。
痛いのよ。
風私に応えるのだ。
はっご助力を。
渚のリン。
痛いよ。
この程度。はいマッチョ。
あれ狂いなさい。
いざ
せーの。ゆえぐい。
ガチャってな。剣に近い。
There we go. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. There we go. Alright. Chamber 3, and your recharge. Let's go.
お披露目だ。
痛がっちゃうね。かかれ。
終わりね。で、何をするんだい。これこそが知恵の伝。はあ。やっ。ふっ。ほっ。ふっ。
裁きの地を。そう捕まえた。
歌え僕の生ものに。
無我の境地。糸よ工作せよ。
全部丸見えね。せっそらはあ。やめてくれ。開幕だ。
痛がっちゃうね。
よっこれ世界の熱狂の渦。
かかれ。よっ逃げ道を。
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
と終わりね。稲光すなわち永遠なり。
There we go. There we go.
無礼者は必ず制裁され、どこにいるのか聞かせてもらうわ。
怖くない。
やっぱり
ご安心を。
いざ
容赦はしない。
邪魔をするな。
捕獲完了。
いざし 風よ、私に応える。しっかり立ってな。やっ
ユエーブイデバート。
示していた永遠のオアシスのために剣に誓う。ジュアバドの天下のように。
あれくらいなさい。
邪魔をするな。汚れた異邦人に渚のリン。
動かないでね。痛いの
Oh, alright. Alright. 412 Divergence. Cryo. Oh, fuck me. So I could do freeze team for the first half? First half freeze team? Freeze team. Gonna need what's the second half? Okay. Nihita right in. Okay, so this is probably a hide. Probably gonna need pyro. Nihita. Gene for healing. Nihita. Alright. Oh, okay. The first half freeze team. Second half. Detail. Chamber 2. Freeze team for that, and then. Okay. So we can have double healing. Actually, it's triple healing. Triple healing and damage. You have a freeze team here. Alright, so let's do this. crit rate.
それ目にも目を兵糧のようにうなれ。ここは私の狩り場だ。見たことはあるかな。糸よ工作せよ。
海のちぎりよ騒乱の一
決闘せよ。粉々よ。狩人の小道具さ。ちょっとしたテクニックさ。捕まえた。
これが才能の
Yeah, we're not gonna be 412.
終わりね。痛がったよ。よっ。
I'm gonna reconfigure party. Okay, so can I just do single party? Fuck me. Ah, fuck. Okay. So we're doing single party here. Night Souls. Do Kokomi. Where is the Kaku? Alright. Just doing that for the first half, second half, alright. Alright, there we go. Hopefully this works. Heal effectiveness. Alright. You will need the heal.
我らを導きたまえ。
イエベンあれ狂いなさい。
よいマッチョしっかり立ってな。
怖くない怖くない。
今回は迷惑をかけてしまったな。個人の力には限界がある。
二度とこのような過ちは。
Oh, it's tough. Rip. Well, we're not doing 412. We're not doing 412, I guess. GG's. GG's, I guess. Okay. All right. How many heroes do we have now? Okay, we're on mark. Alright, we're good. Good. On track. Alright, let's see here. Alright, I'm achievement 3. Yeah. Well, guess that settles it. Oh boy. Ooh. Oh. Oh, that's a neck crack in heaven. That's a good bet. Stretch. Oh. Here. Alright, let's see here. Yep, almost no crit rate for the main character. Oh yeah, after the blah 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 blah, blah the Skirk store quest, I noticed that travel stats are buffed again. So travel stats have been buffed, permanently buffed twice throughout the Archon quest. Anyhow. Alright, anywho. I'm on the fence of if I want to help someone today, because fuck. Fuck it. Help at least one person. Thank you for telling me that. Huh? Whose world are you going? Fuck.
知識をあなたにも僕をたたえろ。
It was nothing. It was nothing.
ジンさんにサボっているところを見つかったら
うん
どやされちゃうよ。
I'm here to help. Where's that? Alright,
少し体を動かしたいな。
beware the mountains, though. Leah. 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 Beware the Leeway Mountains. Mm.
何か悩み事一緒に考えてあげるわ。
Oh, careful. Definitely no reason. No reason at all.
やっぱり自分の目で見てこそ世界の美し向こうに何か変なものがあるみたい。見に行かない
Alright,
の？
set up.
見に。
それ捕まえた。
手をつなぎましょう。
や
Let me help out.
やあ。ほら。
This person.
Right. 全部丸見えね。どう？
Still learning.
見切りました。
手をつなぎましょう。
ここより弱滅の時。やっはっ。
Aw, that's nice. Ooh. Yeah. Alright. I have to go. Yeah. Alright. Pardon me. Alright, so not good. Alright. Anyways, I can go ahead and set up Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga. And that being said, get everything set up real quick, alright? Matinee.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. We are back again with some Lego Star Wars.
じゃじゃ
Hopefully y'all enjoy this as much as I do. Game. So right now we're gonna be Minikit hunting. So fun fact, the Minikits are actually easier on the sequel than on the prequel. So we're gonna do the sequel Minikits. Extras. Need a chain. Ready? And then it's protect. Do free play. What we want to do is just for simplicity's sake. AG. Alright. AG80. Oh. Where the fuck am I going? What the fuck is going on? Yeah. All right. Ah. Ah. Ooh, I remember this. Ah. I like IG88. Casual riding a car. There you go. Oh. Alright, there we go. I know what we need to do. Go all the way back. We need to bring this through. Come on. Alright. What the fuck? That was... Huh? Wait, I don't understand. We'll try to collect as many as we can. Save and exit. Alright. Jungle in the Wastelands. You play. Indiana Jones. I think it's only on the console versions that are able to somehow get a droid riding a vehicle, something like that. Right. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Mhm. Hooray. We've gotten Jango Fett. It's always, even on the console version, this is most frustrating to get. Oh, we're getting to do the Yoda glitch. The Yoda triple jump glitch. The glitch of all glitches. Yoda. Yoda. Yes, we got it! We got it! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, we got it! We had to cheese the game. Oral. Wait, did they change General Grievous' death? Between that sound between ports? I swear it's different on console. Yoda, yo, these nuts in your mouth. Okay. Yes, it also works in there. Yes, fuck yeah. Oh. What's his hands? What the fuck is his hands? Oh. Oh, what's the 10th one? What the fuck was that? Oh. Alright. Oh, where's the 10th one at? Okay, we gotta go back and find a 10th one for that one. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for following. Welcome to the channel. How are you doing today? Mainly the things I do here is play video games, do draw art, and one day I'm gonna get into programming. When I have the actual when I have the proper resources to do so to get into it in the first place. I know there are free courses and stuff like that. Like, I probably want to like take it seriously, like get some proper help. 3, one-on-one lessons actually works best for me. Oh. Is that? Where's that single? Did I miss it or? I have no idea. There's one more mini kit I need to get. I just don't know where it is. Oh, it also works. Oh, so it's not just. Oh shit. So it's not just Yoda and Grievous. You literally didn't have to anyone. Nearby here. One nearby. Or is it? Hmm. Alright. Okay. So it must be on the outside. Okay, so where is the last one? It's an image. Image and image and image and but still, it the Minikit detector says. Oh, what? Huh? Excuse me, what? We didn't find it there. Huh? Finally. Finally, we got all 10. Oh yeah. Spaceport. Hold on. So you're prisoner. Until hood. There we go. Replay this. Alright, there we go. Oh, I think we forget something. Yeah, there's one though. That was that. Oh. Boom. Oh, hold on. Let me cause chaos. Okay, where is where's the trigger for it? Alright, alright. Oh, I accidentally found it. Hey, Lee, Martel, welcome to the channel. Right now I'm just doing some Minikit hunting in LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga. Um, pretty good. How are you? Most of the things I do is video games and drawing art. How's you doing? How's you doing? I'm good. And how's you doing too, partner? There we go. Oh, that's good. Chilling's always fine. What the fuck? Oh, that must be a graphical glitch. Yeah, that was a graphical glitch. Alright. Hmm. Give me 2 seconds to assume that you're not a bot, because I'm 2 seconds from banning you. We're gonna get some more mini kits. Yeah, legit. No, I'm not. Alright, but yeah. I wouldn't say new to Twitch, but recently new to streaming. Because we've been getting Twitch, YouTube, and Kick have been getting bots that have been saying similar things to what you said. So that's why I am very careful what I say, and as soon as I even say something, I look at chat and it says, "Oh, I can get you this amount of followers. Just add me to Discord. Blah 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 blah." Yeah, it's quite annoying. I gotta reset my model real quick. Hold on real quick. There you go.
じゃじゃ
Alright. Okay. Not like anyone has money for commissions anyway. I do see, I do admire people who do commissions for a living. I don't want to do that one day, but right now, just getting my getting art skills up to speed. Okay, let's see here. No, I am not interested in commissions. I do not have the money for commissions. And please don't solicit commissions in my Twitch chat. That will be an automatic ban. That is one of my rules I tell people when they first join my stream. Or say, hey, I'm new to your stream, okay? Like, hey, welcome, just don't solicit anything in my chat. Oh yeah, stream elements, letting you know that I do have a throne wish list. Yes, the original Star Wars, as a Star Wars complete saga. Is it original? No, it's the original video game trailer. How many? I only have 8 out of 10. Alright. Alrighty. Alrighty. You print this. Alright, so okay. So two rules I have for my chat and Discord is one, for my Discord specifically, don't solicit anything in any of the chats unless if it's self promo. And if it seems like if the promotion seems like it could be a scam, we will ask you about. We will ask for proof. But as for the twit, as for like my streaming chat, do not solicit anything under my streaming chat. And second rule, the second rule I have my former chat is, don't leave politics out of this chat. We're here to chill, vibe, and pretty much have this like a true safe space, have it just vibing, just having a good time. That's all. All right, there we go. All right. Oh, fuck. There we go. Hold on. Gotta reset my model again.
People?
Oh.
짜잔!
There we go.
People? 짜잔!
There we go. Oh no. So like when you do self, okay, hold on real quick. There's the Discord if you want to join it. Reset model again.
짜잔! People? 짜잔!
Okay, so basically, so if you want to link your socials, go ahead. If your socials, or if you have a website, if you have any website that you post your art to, yes, we do have a dedicated self promo chat. That's the only chat you could do self promotions on. There we go. Oh, no problem. Have a nice one. Thank you for following me. Thank you for following me, and thank you for joining the stream. Oh, I may remember to eat and hydrate. Yeah, this is one of them. There we go. You sure didn't. I don't think I missed anything. Hold on. There's the go. Beach trooper. Beach, beach, beach. Three, two, one. I don't think I'm supposed to do that, but okay, I'll accept it. Oh, there's one more. Alright. Ten out of 10. Oh. Oh, alright, alright. How many self-promotion pages? I mean, yeah. We only had that one sub promo. We only had the one sub promo, chat. Outside of that, yeah. Ooh. Alright. Four, alright. Got their 760. Alright, so. Alright, so I'm. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna go make myself something to eat, but before I do that, I would just set up YouTube reactions real quick, and we'll get going. Alright, let me exit out here. Alrighty, there we go. Allow me to get this open up. Real quick. New window. There we go. Before we use it. There we go. Alright, let me get everything set up first real quick and we'll get going. Alright.
Open eye,
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
Alright, I got everything set up and we're ready to go. Blitzies. Allow me to get my sorry about that. Oh yeah. Exhausted from work today, but allow me to go get my dinner ready and just for the minute, just enjoy the video.
This is my Dell
Also, don't forget, get yourself something to eat and make sure you're well hydrated, alright, my blitzies?
XPS from 2021. Last month, I tried out Linux for the first time as I was trying to revive it from the dead state, where it would get stuck on the boot screen and just shut off over and over again. And surprisingly, it worked. I did it. So I shared my experience in a video where many of you congratulated me for trying Linux out. But many of you also said that Mint, the version of Linux that most resembles Windows, was the wrong choice, that it's ugly and outdated. That Fedora is the best version of Linux, especially since I use a Mac as my main work computer. Hence, my strange choice of headgear for this video, my lady. Then I started thinking, Mint is a bit old school looking. Did I make a mistake? Is Fedora really the best? Or is the grass always going to be greener on the other side? So I challenged myself. Could I replace my Mac, my main workstation, for an entire work week with Fedora without going back? This is a serious escalation from just using Linux as a side piece. I'll be using it for almost everything now. It's sort of scary. Nonetheless, I'm going into this with an open mind. After all, I don't want to master Linux in just a day or even just a month. I want to experience it like anyone else would, which means starting from zero and figuring out what I like and don't like one distro at a time. So after downloading, installing, and using Mint for well over a month, I'm basically a Linux expert at this point, right? Oh boy, was I wrong. When you open up the Fedora website, you're met with words that look like they come from another planet. But look, it's officially on version 42. Is this a sign that this is the answer to the meaning of life and the universe? This seems reassuring though. It's been through so many iterations, that means all the bugs must be squashed out already. So let's just get Fedora. Oh no, not this again. Getting Fedora isn't as easy as clicking a link and downloading it. There's actually many versions of Fedora. There's Workstation, KDE Plasma, that one sounds like a cool weapon. And there's a server that runs on bare metal. Is that a euphemism for something?
computing, you also have the cloud, core OS, and IoT, Internet of Things. And after reading all the pages explaining what each one was for, I'm stuck between Workstation, the Linux desktop you've been waiting for, and KDE Plasma, the next generation personal desktop. Now, I would love a which Fedora is right for you quiz, but if there's one thing I learned about Linux users, myself included, it's that we like the struggle. We don't want the answers handed out to us like free candy. No, we like to be in control of our own decisions, and for me, that meant choosing between beautiful and customizable. Ooh, which one? But how do I make that decision? Well, apparently KDE Plasma is a DE, also known as a desktop environment, and Workstation is based off GNOME, another DE. A DE is basically the visual part of interacting with your computer. It affects how it looks and how it feels, and Mint Cinnamon, what I used before, worked great out of the box. But honestly, it was a bit ugly. The menus weren't sleek or streamlined. It looked like something out of the year 2000, and I want something for 2025 and onwards. So let's just go with the complete opposite of Mint, with the beautiful Workstation. Part of me was hesitant to move forward with the installation, not because I thought it would be hard. I've done it before. I'm usually a practical person. I don't usually want more or better or even the best. I don't own a ton of shoes or clothes, and I buy old refurbished tech. If Fedora doesn't work out, I would just be wasting a week. But there was something else that scared me. What if I actually do want more and I want better? And that's why I'm looking to Fedora and other distros. Is what I have just not enough for me? What if I wasn't as practical as I thought I was? Now, I pushed those questions away and I continued anyways. Installation seems fairly simple. I've done it before. There are 4 potential download links, but which one do I get? That's when I remembered a ton of advice I got from my previous video where the audience said to use ChatGPT for tech help. Now, I'm a little skeptical of using AI for most tasks, but it is pretty good at browsing the internet and looking for answers. So between the 4 ISOs, x86_64 is the one to download. It said to use this if you have a regular laptop or desktop from the last 10 to 15 years, which I do. And like before, I had to verify the authenticity of the ISO file. You would think that I already knew how to do this, but I struggled a little bit more than I would have liked. But I got it done. Next, Fedora comes with a media writer. Ooh, that's easy. I can just download the software and then load the thing up to my boot drive. Unfortunately, it didn't work on my MacBook, so I ended up using Balena Etcher again. At this point, I was pretty glad that I had previous experience with Linux, or this would have been a lot harder. Afterwards, things went relatively smooth, like life was finally on easy mode. I put in the command in the terminal to go to the UFI menu with system, control, reboot, firmware setup, and off I went. And it was just beautiful. Beautiful isn't even enough to describe it. It was breathtaking. The colors were vibrant, the date and time was dead center, and it looks like everything I had wanted in the world. Installation was simple. There were 4 steps. I went all in and did a clean, full install, erasing all traces of Mint Cinnamon, and when it was done, whew, I felt like I was transported in the future. Mint felt like a dinosaur. This though, this could be endgame. But is it just a pretty face, or is there actual substance beneath the surface? So Fedora even gave me a wonderful tour, although it wasn't very thorough or that helpful for that matter. I learned about the overview button, which is like the spotlight, the dock, and the mission control all in Mac, and all those features had a baby. Now, I didn't understand it at the time, but the overview feature gave me great power. And with great power came great responsibility too. There was something else that felt off, a real strange feeling, like where was the minimize and maximize buttons? Where are my desktop icons? And where is my dock? What is going on? How do I even use it? It's way different than anything I had used before. But first things first, I had to download OBS to record my screen for you. So I opened up the terminal and typed what I knew. Sudo apt install OBS -studio, like on Mint, expecting it to magically download and install the software for me. But surprise! Fedora doesn't work like that. APT doesn't exist in Fedora. Apparently, instead of APT, I'm supposed to use DNF, which did not finish. After consulting ChatGPT, I replaced APT with DNF, and boom, once again, I was an elite hacker. But then I remembered something else. In my last video on Linux, I thought that you had to install programs using the command line or else it wouldn't update properly. And thousands, and yes, I actually mean many thousands of comments, told me to just use the software manager. So let's find that. Fedora has a beautiful software manager called software pretty obvious. Apparently the software manager is just a visual representation of the exact same thing that I was doing in the command line. They're not separate things like I had thought. Now that I can record my screen, here's where the real challenge starts. Making Fedora work for what I want it to do. That means 1. Connecting it to my laptop dock and monitor setup, so I can have multiple monitors and a real desk setup without using just a laptop. 2. Customize some keyboard shortcuts, swap out left control and left alt. And 3. Get back my minimize button. 4. Change how I access the overview feature for the same way that I use Spotlight, and make minimizing windows easier and enable window snapping. Then go on an entire week without going back to my Mac. Easy enough, right? I love how beautiful Fedora is, but can it be functional too? Is it all looks, no personality? Now I can find out if Fedora can actually replace my Mac or not. So first, my laptop dock. Let's plug it in, fix some problems, because let's be real, there's no way that this would just magically work out of the box. So neither my monitors or the dock works, which I had expected. But for the dock, I knew the exact fix already, and it was simple. I just had to authorize the dock in my terminal using bolt control list and then authorize. The downside is I have to do this every single time I reboot my laptop. It's a real pain in the butt, but alas, it's a security thing and I'm not going to turn that off. Next, the monitors. This is the
Excuse me? You know, considering the dock is literally a fundamental part of, I don't know, the fucking desktop. Did anyone not use their brain cell and think, hey, maybe we should make using the desktop a miserable experience? I'm not sure which Docker she was using, so I'm just gonna give her a pass on that. I thinking if for KDE, even though a little bloaty, it's universally easy to use across all Linux distros. KDE standard. But considering the Docker situation with Fedora, I'm pretty sure that's pretty much the equivalent to what was my experience with using pure Arch Linux? Oh yeah, almost nothing compatible and almost nothing that's compatible, or alternatives that are decent at best but could be better. Yeah, pretty sure that the dark so I used to use Arch. So this is my Windows workstation, as you can see. My personal laptop used to run Arch Linux. Then I decided, you know what, Arch Linux is not really for me, considering all the fucking I have to pretty much be the troubleshooter, and I really don't have time for that. So I then decided to install the next closest thing to Arch, which is EndeavorOS. It's basically pure Arch, but you don't have to do any of the hard work. If you know what you're doing, if you like really know what you're doing, really understand computers on a deep level, Arch Linux for you. If you prefer like the do-it-yourself style, Arch Linux is for you. If you prefer like an out-of-box experience, but have pretty much control over everything, then it's EndeavorOS.
difficult part. The software that my monitor hub uses is called DisplayLink and only has a Debian-based driver which works for distros like Ubuntu and Mint, but not Fedora. This was the first step where I felt like a true beginner again. Fedora looked simple in the beginning, but is support for it more limited than Mint? We'll see. But I'm sure there's many people out there who, like me, wanted to use multiple monitors with their Fedora laptop. This, however, was not as easy as my previous problems. I read a bunch of forum posts, consulted ChatGPT, did a bunch of things in my terminal, and nothing worked. Disappointment overshadowed my every action as I tried more and more potential solutions. If I couldn't use my monitors with my laptop, I would be forced to set it aside as an after-work computer.
You know, Linux Mint would be my perfect workstation option. However, the downside to Linux as a whole, there are several plugins that use with my OBS that only have a Windows only work on Windows. I experimented with OBS on my personal laptop. There are limited plugins there's limited alternatives to enhancing OBS, or like OBS alternatives that work like OBS but not really. At the end of the day, the plugins I use are much simpler. They are basically out of the box plugins I use for OBS, and yep. Let's continue.
But for some reason, I suddenly felt the urge to just restart my computer, which magically fixed my problem. I had no idea what I did that worked, and I don't think I'll ever know. It's like when your TV stops working back in the day and you just kick it a couple times and then it works. So yay, I did it. I can't help anyone else with this problem, but at least I solved it. Solving problems felt like leveling up, like I'm finally past the noob stage. I understand the terminal better, I'm comfortable using it way more than before, so I was off on my merry way with my docked setup. Now for all of the settings. At Fedora, it's clean. It's very clean. There's virtually zero bloat installed. There's barely any programs. And customizing it is so easy and so fun. I went through each setting and just set it up how I wanted. My displays, Bluetooth, even my notification settings. And wait, what's this? A built-in screen time feature with movement breaks? I've got to turn this one on. My Mac never cared about me like this, and maybe I need this. I need to take breaks. Finally, an operating system that just cares. Most of my other work enhancements were simple and built into the settings, like changing the overview to Alt Space and swapping left Alt and Control. I did have to download a program called Tweaks to bring back the minimize button, but it also came with something I didn't know I needed, that you can middle click to minimize and double click to maximize. Now I don't even have to go and press the buttons. I can just press my mouse. It's so efficient. It's so fast. I don't even think Mac has these things. And did I mention it has a window snapping built in? You just hover your windows until you see a purple shadow and then just snaps. It's beautiful and it's practical. The only problem, maybe there's more later, is when someone else uses my laptop, they have no idea where the menus are, how to open programs or files or anything. It's not like the overview button is intuitive, but once you use it, it's hard going back. Now my desktop is just clean. There's no programs, no apps, no docs, no menus, just pure wallpaper. There were a couple more things I needed to work though. Discord and Notion. Discord I downloaded through the software manager and it was a bit buggy, actually very buggy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, so I just bookmarked the browser version. The same thing with Notion. It doesn't offer Linux support, but it has an online version. So before I get to work, let's address the last possible elephant in the room. Gaming. Last video, I tested out gaming on Mint and it worked, but I don't really think that's necessary.
So on Discord is iffy. Sorry. So Discord is usable-ish on Linux. It's just different Discord on Linux and different Discord on Windows is basically the Discord launcher is on Linux is several versions behind, even though both versions are practically the same all around. The Discord desktop application is basically a fancy a fancy version of the Discord web client.
Necessary. I game on my Steam Deck and never on my laptop anyway, so it wouldn't even be practical to install games on it. So work was going well. I got used to my entire setup with my laptop, and it felt natural and easy. Then something crazy happened, something that I didn't expect to happen. Midway through the week, I upgraded my CowDigit TS3 to a TS5 Plus, but unfortunately, it didn't support Windows Thunderbolt 3 laptops like my Dell XPS anymore. So I went back to my Mac for a bit to test a new dock, and that's when I realized I missed it. I missed Fedora a lot. The overview, the look, the feel, even the features that I looked for on Mac to make it like Fedora, I couldn't find, and I was officially converted. But I also didn't want to give up my Mac either. I mean, the thing was $600. I'm not just gonna push it aside and throw it to the curb. I take great pride in running the items I own into the ground. But maybe Fedora was just an initial infatuation, a mere short-term crush. It's just beautiful. Or could this turn into something more? The more I used it, the more I could sense some of Fedora's weaknesses. The first is that it took a toll on my laptop's battery life, especially compared to Mint. All those streamlinedness, the sleek transitions, the beautiful desktops, it comes at a cost, and that cost is battery life. So while Fedora is elegant and smooth, it's much hungrier. When I'm not plugged in, my battery life can drain from 100% to 0 within just a couple hours. But also keep in mind that this laptop is a couple years old and it was already having battery issues before this Linux journey. So I guess it's like a zombie revived from the dead. But while I would love to make this my main PC, it's a little difficult. I would have to lug around my awkward Dell charger everywhere, while my Mac can accept most USB-C chargers. Working with Fedora is simple. All I have to do is browse the internet, use Notion and Discord, and it has everything I need. Now, I definitely don't regret giving it a try. It's been a great experience. Mac has more versatility for me in my day-to-day, but that doesn't mean I won't be keeping Fedora either. I'm 100% sure I like it.
Okay, so with my so I do have my laptop is a MacBook, but I gutted the OS and put on and first it was ArchOS and then Endeavor OS. I am very used to the terminal to the point that I'd rather use the terminal than actually use a web browser on my laptop. Yeah, crazy. You could just browse the web in your terminal. Yes, there are actually terminal applications for browsers. There is a terminal browser available for on Linux. So you don't even need to use browsers like Chrome, Firefox, or any basically Chromium based browser. You could just use a terminal browser, and then terminal browser is iffy. It is complicated to use, and there's a steeper learning curve to using a terminal browser than just using Linux. But in the end, it is so fucking worth it. Yes, it's gonna be it's gonna be painful for like the first few months, but it's gonna be worth it.
Hello, guys and gals.
I'm not interested in watching a video. I've seen too many of that. What the? Do not put that in my recommended page, please. Do not put that in my recommended page. No, do not. Alright. See here. Alright.
From the Stone Age to the Middle Ages to the Industrial.
Alright, I'm gonna check my meals ready. Just for the minute, enjoy the video, and I'll be back in a minute. So, also hope you're eating, hope you're hydrating with Blitzies.
Revolution to now the present day. Humans have been around for quite a long time now, and in this time, we've undoubtedly made countless incredible achievements, from basic Stone Age tools to computers, iPhones, the internet, and now artificial intelligence. But this is only half of the story. You see, on the other side of the equation, we've caused arguably just as much pain, wars, disease, and suffering along the way. We've made a ton of mistakes. Now, listen up, pop quiz time. Off the top of your head, what do you think is the biggest mistake in the roughly 10,000 years of recorded human history? The collapse of the Roman Empire? World War II? The existence of baby boomers?
Oh, come on. The answer has to be the last one, right?
Unfortunately, no. As much as I wish I could say that was the case, Chris, we have to be honest and objective here.
Come on, just tell us the answer then. This buildup is already dragging on way too long.
Fair enough. The worst mistake we've ever made in human history is actually none of the above. The worst mistake we've ever made is farming. Yes, you heard that right. Farming. Sounds confusing, I know, but it turns out there is some very fascinating science behind this. Jared Mason Diamond is one of the absolute goats of science. He's written hundreds of popular scientific books and articles. He has a BA from Harvard and a PhD from Cambridge. His achievements in science and writing have awarded him a Pulitzer Prize and a National Medal of Science. He has countless more achievements you can look up on his Wikipedia page if you're curious. I'm going to stop here though, so that this video doesn't become literally 6 hours long. But you get the point. This is a very serious and well-respected scientist we're dealing with here. We'll get back to our GigaChat scientist in a second. But first, let's answer a question you probably have on your mind right now. What does this have to do with me as a modern-day Gen Z or millennial? And the answer is, well, quite literally, everything. You see, a big reason a lot of us don't fight harder for change is because we're often being told that, hey, we should be grateful for all our problems with not being able to get jobs, not being able to afford anything. This is still the best time to be alive, right? Life has never been this easy. We've been spoon-fed this narrative for so long, we kind of just accept it without questioning it at this point. However, as you'll soon see, real scientists who get paid good money to thoroughly study and write books about this would strongly disagree. In 1987, Jared Diamond wrote an article in Discover magazine titled "The Worst Mistake in the History of the Human Race," where he makes a compelling and serious argument that farming and the subsequent overpopulation that occurred as a result of it was, well, the name of the article. When you imagine the life of a caveman, an early hunter-gatherer tribe in your head, it's not a very pretty picture. Running long distances to hunt for food, failing means starvation, being eaten alive by predators, and of course the constant threat of another tribe brutally bludgeoning your head in with a club and stealing all your women. Wait, what if I told you that the actual science says that literally all of that is a complete and total myth? Not some of it, literally all of it. Let's break it down. Let's kick things off with the issue of war and violence. In a previous video, I made the argument that Gen Z is morally and scientifically correct for not wanting to work because there are objectively free things in nature. The Tacopia tribe to this day have enough coconuts and tubers growing on their island that they only have to work about 2 to 3 hours per day to collect them. And a common rebuttal that I always see on these videos is, it's not as great as you think. What if another tribe comes along, beats your head in, and takes all your women? Now, to be fair, I wouldn't blame you for thinking this. I kind of thought this myself before I researched this video. But it turns out, the idea that these tribes were constantly at war is mostly a modern myth where we retroactively project our own modern-era violent tendencies backwards onto the caveman. But even with a slight bit of common sense and critical thinking, this narrative is easily debunked. For starters, the much smaller population back then meant that, just from a pure probability standpoint, war and violence was bound to happen much, much less. Tribes typically consisted of no more than 100 people, yet the Earth was still the same size as it is now. This meant that they were scattered over extremely vast distances, and thus the odds of a random chance encounter with another tribe was extremely low to begin with, and even if it did happen, it was highly unlikely to actually lead to war. It's kind of hard to start a war when you only see them once every few years. Also, since tribes were so small, even losing 2 or 3 members back then could end up being a huge deal. Everyone was far less disposable back then. Let's say, for example, you lose 2 or 3 members who happen to be your very best hunters. See, since everyone was far less disposable, this meant that you had to be way more careful and calculated before you decided to start a war. And to top it all off, hunter-gatherers didn't accumulate, store, or hoard resources like food, water, or money. The whole point of a war is to take over someone else's territory and acquire resources. Why even bother doing that if there are no resources to be acquired in the first place? Now, this isn't just my personal opinion on the matter. The actual scientific research done pretty much reflects exactly what you deduce from common sense. An article from science.org writes that early and mid 20th century studies of ancient people seem to confirm more of a Rousseauian view in which scattered populations, minimal technology, and ample game limited human violent conflict in the distant past. Cave paintings in Europe from about 40,000 to 10,000 years ago portray hunting of animals, but not human-on-human conflict. Archaeologists found little evidence of murder and organized violence before military empires of the Near East sprang up 4,000 years ago. Studies of living hunter-gatherer tribes in the first half of the 20th century appeared to show low rates of violence. American anthropologist Margaret Mead concluded in 1935 that the Arapish tribe of New Guinea, both men and women, are naturally maternal, gentle, responsive, and unaggressive. And initial primate research found fewer violent tendencies in humanity's nearest cousins. It wasn't until after the advent of agriculture and the subsequent overpopulation that came along with it, this is when violence, bloodshed, and war truly began to skyrocket. Estimates of the total percentage of population that died from war-related deaths went from less than 1% in the Paleolithic era to a staggering 10% in the early days of agrarian societies. Farm work meant you had to have more kids to help you out on the farm, which in turn meant more mouths to feed, which in turn meant more resources to stockpile, hoard, and fight over. Now, what about disease? You've heard me say this before. A medieval peasant had anywhere between 100 to 150 holidays per year, while you get lectured by corporate America that you're lazy for wanting more than 2 weeks off. And their narcissistic gaslighting response is usually, but you could easily die of an infection from a simple cut on your finger back then. They had plagues and diseases, so you should be so grateful for the shitty modern society we live in. So, are they right? Should we be grateful to modern society for eradicating all these diseases? Well, this depends on your perspective. Let's say someone randomly approaches you on the street, punches you in the face for no reason at all, then offers to pay for your medical bills afterwards. Should you be grateful that they're offering to pay your medical bills? Well, not really, right? I mean, they caused the problem in the first place, so logically they should fix it. Well, that's exactly what modern society is doing to gaslight you right now. The medieval times were indeed rife with disease, but that's because after the mistake of agriculture, society made the dumbass choice to skyrocket the population, shove a bunch of people and domesticated animals into small cities with poor spacing, and thus this created the perfect petri dish conditions for bacteria and viruses to grow, evolve, and absolutely wreak havoc. This is what paved the way for smallpox, the plague, and more recently, COVID, to run absolutely rampant. So, what was life like before this? Before society made the dumbass decision to skyrocket the population to absolutely unsustainable levels? Well, early hunter-gatherers lived in tribes of 20 to 50 people in vast open-air spaces. The sheer extra space made it a far less ideal environment for disease to spread. They had basic knowledge of how to treat wounds such as honey and plant saps. This isn't to say diseases didn't exist back then, they certainly did, but they were far, far less common. And I could go on and on with the scientific evidence. The average height of a hunter-gatherer was 5'9" for men and 5'5" for women, compared to early farmers who stood at 5'4" and 5 foot, respectively. This suggests they ate more and had much better nutrition despite not growing their own food. They only had to work about 15 to 20 hours per week to cover all their basic living needs. Meanwhile, with these insane rent prices, we're stuck here having to work 60 hours a week just to afford a shitty apartment with 5 roommates.
Yeah.
By now, you're probably noticing the pattern and why so many experts consider this the worst mistake in all of human history, because this is the root cause, the genesis of every other mistake. Wars, disease, famines, plagues, they didn't happen in a vacuum. They all happened because somewhere some idiot decided that we all needed to have more kids. Hey guys, so I'm on a mission and I need your help. You see, I've made it the purpose of this channel to defend Gen Z from all these nasty, delusional Gen Z haters, and I've just realized we're starting to get close to Part 2, how Gen Z is fixing this mistake. So you probably already know where this is going. It's no secret by now that Gen Z does not want to have kids, and the establishment media are totally freaking out over this. Big surprise, the wolves are mad that the sheep aren't breeding. And you've all by now heard all the fear-mongering, sensationalist headlines about how horrible this is going to be. Lack of workers, demographic time bomb, total societal collapse. But is any of this actually true? The birth rate crisis isn't super new anymore. We've been hearing about this for almost 10 years now. If it were as catastrophic as they're claiming, we'd definitely see some signs by now. Let's start with the issue of the lack of new workers. Now, you don't need a peer-reviewed study or an investigative news report to tell you that this is totally overblown. There have been other times in history where the population steeply declined, albeit under different circumstances. In the 14th century, Europe was recovering from the devastation of the Black Plague, having lost over a third of its total population at the time. Something really interesting, however, happened with the labor market back then. Having less people meant a shortage of workers, and that meant employers were desperate for labor, and thus there was a brief golden age where workers had unprecedented bargaining power to negotiate for better wages. Now, if you're a Gen Z or millennial living through this job market, you obviously know that this isn't the case today. But why? What's the difference this time around? Well, the main reason is because millions of jobs are being replaced by AI and automation. If the population collapse and lack of workers was really as big of an issue as they're claiming, they'd be knocking on your doors, begging you to take jobs, and offering you very good wages. Obviously, this isn't happening today. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Recent reports have come out showing that the AI revolution isn't just hype anymore, it's reality. It's already replaced 14% of jobs, and as a result, college graduates are entering the toughest job market ever. Some people who are really obsessed with forcing everyone to work have been coping by saying, well, AI is just going to replace jobs, but it will also create new ones. But this is just pure speculation, and we've seen absolutely no evidence that it's created anywhere near as many jobs as it's replaced. And this is just further proof of why it's so problematic that we have all these old and out-of-touch delusional boomers running the country. While they repeatedly hit the panic button about low birth rates, they completely ignore the existing problem we already have of AI rapidly replacing jobs as we speak. Now, ironically, these two apocalyptic crises have an interesting way of canceling each other out. There's not going to be a dramatic shortage of workers because AI is already replacing those jobs. So far, we've yet to see any of the negative doomsday predictions of worker shortages come to fruition. But what about the other side of the coin? Have there been any positive real-life impacts due to the current population decline? Well, you know how it's literally impossible for us Gen Z and millennials to even dream of owning a house these days? That's starting to change in places where the birth rate is dropping. Japan has long been the poster child for the birth rate crisis. Empty hospitals, daycares going out of business. This is all you hear about from the media. But I bet you didn't hear about the fact that in many rural and suburban areas, property prices have dramatically decreased. In some cases, you can get houses for extremely cheap or even for free through what's known as IKEA banks, government listings of abandoned buildings, a lot of which don't actually look that bad. If we simply hold the line and keep this up, we could easily see a world in which in 5, 10, maybe 20 years, AI takes over most jobs, which will give us universal basic income and free us from the shackles of work. The few jobs that do remain will pay really really well, as workers will once again have bargaining power. And just like in Japan, houses once again become affordable, and we can finally dream of home ownership again. In a world in which delusional older generations are constantly blaming and shaming Gen Z for not wanting to work, not getting married, not having kids, and rejecting outdated traditional values, maybe we've got it all backwards. Maybe all these traditional values were never a good thing in the first place. Maybe they were, in fact, the biggest mistake in all of human history. And maybe after 10,000 years of wars, disease, famines, and endless suffering, Gen Z is finally erasing this mistake. Now, beyond just the biggest mistake in human history that Gen Z is erasing, it's also a historical fact that Gen Z literally works more than anyone in human history. We explore this more in this video right here. Check it out. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm glad that my generation is changing the biggest mistake in human history. See the comment section real quick. Oh yeah, alright.
Alright, chat, are you ready? Wow, wait, now we have too much.
I'll put it 480 real quick. Alright, there we go.
Housing, uh-oh, stinky.
Problem of unaffordable
Costs
housing
too much
seems so
money.
simple, right? Just build more houses. Well, we have been. New construction is approaching the highest rate it has ever been since the 2008 crash.
Okay, but the houses are like ass though. At least the ones I've seen, and they cost an arm and a leg.
And that's despite record high construction costs that came about because of disrupted supply chains. The problem has been if we were building the right kind of housing. As costs rose and margin shrank, the only kind of property that remained profitable to build was luxury property. And now we have found ourselves in a strange situation.
And have you ever seen a luxury house? It looked like ass.
We might have too many houses.
I
Now,
don't know if this is a thing in Europe, but if you ever go house hunting, do you ever just see a house and see how it's on the inside and the outside, and it just looks bad? It looks like a box that you just kind of live in.
I know what you're thinking. Sounds great, right?
Literally every apartment.
Despite all of this new development, we are still short about 4 million homes by most estimates.
Oh my
And if
God,
developers
4
can't sell the
million?
luxury homes they have already built, it's much less likely we will build the other homes we actually need.
Landlords could be left holding the bag, and renters, unless something really big happens, could go homeless.
These landlords are on the verge of bankruptcy of these apartment buildings behind
Good.
and across America.
Very
What
good.
$218 million buys you in Palm Beach, Florida.
The luxury rental market is crashing.
Half of all renters in the U.S. are paying more in rent than they should.
So you pay as much in rent for some places as a mortgage for a house.
Yeesh.
Isn't that fucked up?
Anything that I've had that's worth selling to try to make ends meet.
So there's actually a bit more to the numbers of new homes we are building. But what is clear is that in America in particular, we have been building way more apartments. 2 years ago, we actually broke the all-time record for the total number of new apartments built within a year.
Pardon me.
A record that has been held since the 1970s. That last spike was caused by demand from baby boomers entering the housing market for the first time.
Oh, hey. Let me get some water real quick. Alright. Alright, let me wait. This real quick and for the minute, enjoy the video.
Oh my God, we're worse than the baby boomers? What? No, you guys don't understand. That's actually so bad.
They wanted cheaper places closer to city centers instead of the Levittown-style suburbia they were raised in. These new apartments were pretty good. They were mostly well built with relatively large floor plans that could easily accommodate larger families. This was helped by government subsidized housing programs that meant developers could always rely on someone to sell or rent to. Largely though, it was simply supply increasing to meet demand. This building boom eventually collapsed because of the recession of 1973. The oil crisis, the end of Bretton Woods, and new international competition all took turns beating on the US economy, making it more expensive to build for people with less money to buy new apartments. By the time the market had recovered, the baby boomers had largely lost interest in apartments and were moving back into the suburbs, only this time with much bigger houses. Potential spoiler alert, but at that time, we didn't realize we were in a recession until the end of 1974. New property construction has consistently been more in tune with the economy than the economists.
Dude, if you bought a house here, holy moly.
So, anyway,
Was
the most recent construction boom was fueled by a lot of things. New construction had recovered after the 2008 crash, and people were once again interested in living in apartments. According to a report by the Harris Poll,
ooh, the dinks! Dual income, no kids.
Dual income, no kids, or DINK households have become the fastest group of homebuyers in America. Both people working makes low-maintenance apartments ideal. And the
because kids cost so much freaking money.
Lack of kids means there is less need for extra space that typically comes with a single-family freestanding home. DINK households also have more spending power on average, so accommodating them with new property developments became very profitable. Young cashed-up renters or buyers were more likely to pay a premium for expensive-looking fittings, fixtures, materials, designs, and amenities in their apartment. Builders loved this, because a faux marble waterfall countertop and a few treadmills tucked into a corner room somewhere were very cheap to include in a build. But properties could then be sold at a much higher market.
I can't stand this. Is it just me, chat? Is it just me? I hate this. Why do we have a fucking treadmill in a kitchen with a room overlooking this, man? It's gross. Just run in place. No, but like, where you could put it anywhere else in like a room, maybe?
Than typical budget-friendly housing, even if the apartments themselves
and back with Blitzies
were exactly the same size. Interest rates were also very low. Builders usually take out construction loans to finance the land purchase and the actual building of the structure. Once this is complete, there are various options for developers to get their money back, but the interest rate during construction is extremely important. For a little while, new apartment construction started to stagnate.
You can see the literal, like, it parallels. How it dips here, and then it goes up again a little bit here, and then it goes down again, and then it climbs again, and it crashes right here, too. Oh, wait, it doesn't parallel it. What am I talking about? 1995? Oh, no, it doesn't. Never mind. It's all a different graph.
As interest rates were raised around 2016. But then everything changed when the COVID-19 attacked. Immediately following global lockdowns, starting new construction was very difficult. But quickly, a few extra factors made apartments...
Wait, what?
When the COVID-19 attacked. Immediately...
Why? Wait, COVID-19 and it's like this toxic... I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the stock footage. It's just kind of
LMAO.
He's like a zombie.
Following global lockdowns, starting new
He's a
construction was very
biohazard.
difficult. But quickly, a few extra factors made apartments a hot commodity. People took remote work opportunities.
I mean, it does make sense because, hear me out. Hear me out. The dust coming out of that old man is the reason why he's in that room. I'm sorry.
Opportunities to move to different cities at a record rate.
Yeah, so now they don't want to go back to the cities and they don't want to buy apartments, so like what's the point?
Add in stimulus, low interest rates, booming asset markets, and young adults who didn't feel like being stuck inside with their parents 24 hours a day, and it was the perfect storm for developers to make some money. New luxury apartment buildings sprung up across the country, often accompanied by flashy marketing campaigns to attract renters and buyers. The biggest factor of all, though, was that the developers didn't need to hold on to these buildings. Once constructed and rented out, the whole building could be packaged up and sold to a financial institution that would put them into a residential real estate investment trust, which would then be sold onto other investors who wanted exposure to a broad portfolio of real estate without actually having to manage the real estate directly.
Isn't it crazy that this is allowed to happen? Yeah. Your apartment isn't actually owned by someone, it's owned by like a bunch of people as an investment.
These REITs are not new, but they have grown in popularity, especially for residential real estate. This worked well to encourage building, but you might have already noticed that it sounds very familiar. For the builders and lenders, once heads were in beds, they didn't really care what happened to the building because it wasn't their asset anymore. Unsurprisingly, a lot of this new luxury housing turned out to be not so luxurious after all, and that was really the least of its problems. Millions of jobs, from architects to plumbers, rely on building these homes. Financial institutions have invested heavily into them, and even beyond the finances, this is all very dependent on these buildings not falling apart within the next 20 years.
But they will fall apart, and then someone's gonna have to clean that shit up.
So it's time to learn how many works to find out how the real estate market drowned itself in the worst kind of oversupply. This week's video is brought to— Okay, so clearly a lot of this luxury housing is not actually luxury housing. It's just—
Wow, what a surprise, it just looks like it. I've actually wanted to like apartments like that, just like for shits and giggles, and they always look like dog shit. The ones that are decent are ones that were actually built with a little bit of care, and you can actually notice it immediately.
It's expensive housing with a bit of a marketing budget. Those aren't always the same thing. Extremely large but poorly designed and cheaply built homes are not a new feature in most suburbs around the world, especially here in America. McMansions, as they are affectionately known, appeal to a market of buyers who don't have an endless budget but still want a house with a 4-car garage, a billiards room, 2 guest bedrooms, and an extra formal living room that never—
But you don't actually need it, and I think that's what shows that this overconsumption and the need to consume slop with movies, I don't know, like Netflix shows and all that crap, they think that they need this. I think that's part of the problem. I'm not trying to blame the entire market, obviously, but I think it's part of the reason. Where all the houses leaning, it might have been filmed in San Francisco.
Gets used.
Look how lean
the solution
it is.
was houses with a lot of square footage, but very low cost per square foot. This normally means sacrifices are made in materials, insulation, and build quality. Long term, that makes these homes very expensive to—
Instead of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, it's the leaning apartment unit of Pisa.
maintain, but the upfront cost for the space you are getting is almost unbeatable. Or at least it was unbeatable until supply chain disruptions made building materials extremely expensive. No matter how many corners are cut, bigger homes are just going to take more materials. According to the National Association of Home Builders, the average price of a new home in 2024 was $428,000, which means in most areas it's simply not financially viable to build a new home, since an established house plus the land it's sitting on could be purchased for just as much. That has meant that the new wave of luxury housing development has mostly been in the form of apartment buildings, which have effectively just become McMansions in the sky.
Or even better, it's like they're like pre-built and they just plop them. And then they like just build them, and there's no uniqueness to it.
At the extreme high end, there are developments like 432 Park Avenue, 157, the Shore Club, and Central Park Tower. These high-rises, mainly along Billionaires Row in Manhattan, have sold individual apartments for hundreds of millions of dollars to people like Michael Dell, Ken Griffin, and everybody's second favorite Twitter poster, Bill Ackman. Below that, there are a new wave—
Michael Dell? Is it the guy that owns Dell?
of premium developments with accommodations ranging from $1.5 to $10 million in most large cities across the country. Households in the top 10% of incomes already account for half of all consumption in America, and they are willing to pay a lucrative premium for new upmarket housing. Then there's the largest group of these new developments, which are pretty much just investor stock apartments with nice sounding names like the Concord or the Bayview.
I'm sorry, I immediately thought of Concord the game, and I was like, what's good about that? Excuse me?
These are primarily mid-rise or 5/1 style developments, made to a budget for the express intention of being a financial asset with the added side effect of giving some people—
Oh, and they also gentrify a lot, too. This is happening in Austin and a lot of places that have a lot of big booms and tech bros that move in. Yeah, they gentrify entire areas. And then they built these fucking apartments that nobody can live in or afford.
Place to live.
It's another
Thanks to a change in building codes around fireproof construction following the 2008 crash, 5/1 developments became much easier to build. This bottom floor is typically dedicated to retail spaces, and then atop that, there are 4 to 5 stories of wood frame construction for apartments. These buildings per square meter are some of the cheapest structures to build. and have become the most profitable to develop because they were possible to sell or rent at a significant markup over their building costs, and then they made the perfect risk-reward asset to put in the portfolio of institutions that have purchased—
This is what I'm saying! Fucking housing investment is crazy!
thousands of these multifamily dwellings. Additionally, the retail space below gives a secondary rental income stream that is not directly correlated with the residential market. Now, hot take alert, but yes, these buildings often do look very ugly. But at a time when we are desperate for more housing, we might not have the luxury of being too picky about aesthetics. However, there are two other problems that are far more serious than some gaudy facades. The first problem is that the people constructing the buildings are a long way removed from the people who will eventually own them. A developer will normally subcontract a builder who will subcontract tradesmen who will actually do the construction.
So many hands, bro.
The developer will either then sell the building to individual apartment owners, or more likely, they will sell it to a firm that aggregates these buildings before selling them as a portfolio to an investment fund, which will further bundle them up to sell them as a residential real estate investment fund.
So who the fuck owns it then? If I'm getting my house or my fucking financial firm, who the fuck owns it then?
Which will be sold to retirement funds, which will be—
the boomers. There it is. The boomers.
sold to you. That is assuming you have retirement savings.
Of course it's the
Now,
boomers.
financialization of the real estate market never hurt anybody before, right? But it does mean that building standards have consistently been lacking because all of the groups—
You're implying that anybody over the age of like 25 has a fucking 401k at this point? That's what makes me laugh about this. Like, yeah, assuming you have a retirement fund. It's like, yeah, what? Excuse me?
just want to build to a set budget before passing the hot potato—
Okay, Americans, how many of you actually pay into a 401k right now? Like, you have a job that says you can have a 401k, type 1. I do, B, no. There's actually a lot of fucking no's. I do, not sure. What's that? If you don't know, that's fine. A 403b? I have 45k in mine. You guys have 401ks? Chat, I ain't gonna hold ya. I did not pay into a 401k that much because I literally couldn't afford it. I needed that money right then and there. Yeah, I'm not trying to shame you, by the way. I'm just saying it's crazy that some people just can't fucking do it.
of responsibility along to the next person. This has happened across all of these tiers of luxury housing. Even ultra-luxury developments like the Trash Can Tower at 432 Park Avenue are riddled with structural issues leading to lengthy lawsuits just to figure out who is ultimately responsible for fixing the problems. Now, obviously, in a building where the average apartment sold for more than $10 million, the residents will have the time and resources to take a property developer to court. But a lot of other less high-profile property buyers don't have that luxury if their hastily constructed home falls apart. The second problem with these new developments is something that affects you even if you never buy, build, or invest in these properties. Higher density housing needs higher density services to deal with traffic, waste management, schools, and emergency services. These have to be supplied by the municipality, not the developer.
More taxes.
And property dues on these units are normally much lower than freestanding single-family homes. To be clear, mid to high density housing is much more fiscally manageable than suburban sprawls, which requires proportionally more roads and connecting services. But the boom in new apartments are still a significant short-term expense that has to be accounted for even if they are cheaper in the—
But people don't want to live in the cities anymore. People are running away from the cities. From the big ones, anyway. It's unaffordable. Traffic's horrible. If you work from home, this is another factor. I don't know if people bring it up. There's a lot of people who work from home who just say, I don't want to work. I don't want to live in the city. I don't even want an apartment in the city. Why the fuck would I buy one?
Long term.
Yeah.
But then there's the biggest problem
An
of all with
apartment,
this
I mean.
new luxury living space. Nobody wants to live in it. Because of the luxury branding, many of these new units are more expensive than homes that are much larger. This is especially the case for larger apartments with enough bedrooms for families with children. A 4-bedroom home is a pretty typical staple of most American suburbs. A 4-bedroom apartment is a penthouse that commands an ultra-luxury premium. If you enjoy a good doom scroll on Zillow, try and find a 4-bedroom apartment in your city.
Oh my god, $4.4 billion, 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms,
Jesus.
4,600. $4 million. could understand a milli for that. 4,600 square feet for 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. It's a lot. Maybe even like 1.2 million. 4.2 million dollars is insane. Who the fuck can afford that shit?
Your town that costs less than.
I know it's LA pricing, but like, how many people are realistically going to buy that shit? Oh my god, look at this one. 1.5 million, 1,000 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom for 1.5 million.
That's wow. Wow.
Isn't that fucking insane? Are you out of your fucking mind? What the fuck? Hold on, let me convert that. 1,090 square feet is like an apartment, like a small apartment. To meters.
It's a small apartment.
It's 101 square meters. No, sorry, 332 meters. That is insane. That's really small.
The average 4-bedroom home. As new buildings are finished, they are further saturating a market that has done too much too quickly. In certain cities, developers are now offering multiple months of free rent, or concessions like holidays or jewelry for people who sign year-long leases in their new buildings. Now, you have probably already asked the logical question,
still not worth
which is
it.
that if nobody is renting these places unless they are given freebies, why don't they just make the rent cheaper instead?
Because they don't want. Because they don't want to.
Yes, according to some rigorous calculations,
They really
$2,000
don't
a
want
month in
to.
rent for a year with 3 months free is the same as just charging $1,500 a month. But the number crunchers don't see it this way. Most of these buildings will be sold based on a multiple of how much income they are generating, something known as the capitalization rate, or cap rate. In non-financial jargon, this is what percent of the purchase price a building returns in income every year. So a $10 million building returning $500,000 a year in income would have a cap rate of 5%. Or, put another way, if investors are willing to accept a 5% cap rate, which is generally where the market has been heading, then a building returning $500,000 a year is worth $10 million.
It's a lot of
if those apartments are rented out at a higher base rate and are returning $600,000 a year, then the building is worth an extra $2 million.
Gotta keep that money going up, chat.
Looks much better on paper to have an apartment rented out for $2,000 because that can be multiplied by 15 or 25 to give an appropriate sales price. And then the valuers don't even know about the special deals made earlier in the lease. Now, the institutions buying these multi-million-dollar properties aren't stupid. They know this is happening, but they don't really care because they know that...
I was literally about to say, they don't really care because all they care about is money. Yeah, why would I drop my prices and make everyone else's go down too? They're all just in on it. They're all in on it, man.
Once people have moved into a home, they don't typically want to leave if they can avoid it.
Duh.
According to NerdWallet, the average cost to move houses is more than $1,700.
It's
Alright, chat, Ooh. Okay. Okay. Oh no. I had to stretch and crack the neck. Ooh. Anywho. We're gonna be shortly moving on to art practice. And do originally I wanted to do 2 hours of art, but since I'm exhausted from work, I probably just do 1 hour. Usually, like on my days off, I do 2 hours of art. Cause it just feels right. It just feels right doing 2 hours of art. 1 hour of art today, and we'll see how much we get done. That being said, let me get everything set up, and we'll get going, my blitzies. Matinee.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the sky.
Alright. We're back with Blitzy, so we have continuing practicing art on this one. I am gonna probably consider doing a little experiment with shadow work. Working on doing shadows for the next piece. Instead of doing like the soft shadows, just the pure soft shadows, making it look more like realistic shadows on anime style type of shadows, or mostly like well known with illustrations. Probably want to do like a combination, doing the hard shadows that's most common with anime, but also the edges of the shadow it's gonna be smoothed out, which would be kind of like a semi-solid, semi-smooth shadow. I don't know what to call it, but I hope the idea is relatively decent in your head right now. I know artists are like any fellow artists who are watching the stream or watching YouTube on, you probably know where I'm getting at. And let me get my gloves on. All right. It's over here. Oh, did someone follow? Minx Freeze? Minx FRZ. Thank you for following the channel. Welcome. Welcome. My name is Brandy Blitz. I do most of the things I do on here on the channel is play some video games, do some art. But I will be getting into programming. I just need to find the right beginner's tools, or the right kind of the right beginner's guide. And I get there's paid ones, and yes, people do deserve to be paid for the work. At the same time, at least like have like a trial version, or like I don't know, maybe an open source version that's not that detailed. That's not as detailed as your paid version. I don't know. Anywho, right now, I am doing some art practice. Oh, I want to double check real quick that I actually change this to art real quick. Oh, neck rack. All right. We are back. We got doing some art real quick. I'm gonna take it easy. The level of exhaustion from work. Basically. So, a little fact about me. The way my digestive system works, I know what it is. Like, okay, good, hear me out. The way my digestive system works, basically, if I don't eat something for like more than 4 hours, one, I get dizzy. Two, the blood pressure drops. No, it's not diabetes. No. From what I've heard, from what my family said, but is that there's actually something else forget the name of it, but basically it is also tied to blood pressure, but it's not really to diabetes. Basically, I can put it as hunger hypersensitivity. Basically, if I don't eat, so I tend to, well, I bring snacks everywhere I go to make sure I have something to eat, just in case my body ends up having an episode. And it's also a to like stop me from passing out from not eating for 4 hours. Usually 4 hours without food should be fine. But for me, I sneeze. Pardon me. Sorry. Pardon me. Sorry about that. But for me, I should be eating every 2 hours. Or 2 hours, 30 minutes. Stretching it 3 hours maximum. But because I'm John, I don't really have that option. So I do have snacks. My manager does know I have blood pressure issues. So he does understand that, so yeah. Anyway, let's get into art. Whoa. Bruh. Excuse me? The only Mhm. Excuse me? Aww. Yeah. Yep. Have a good time. Have a good time. Alright. Have an idea. Hold on real quick. We're gonna move on to the next video. Alright. Alright. And there's the next video. Video. There you go. Lol. Obviously. Layer. Layer -1. Because why not? Because it's intentional. Yes, you are. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. The everything crisis. This is kind of shadow work that I was talking about. Earpiece. Lol. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. I think if I hold on. Exactly. Also, I think I may be getting onto something with this type of. I know Blender 2, cool. Very cool. Well, the blending tool is actually not built into Fire Alpaca. I followed the guide and created it myself. Cool. Blend tool has its uses. For basic using for everything shadow, not so much. Maybe if it's like a light shadow, if it's like on tipping edge, the crescent edge of a shadow, yeah, maybe use the blender tool. Like on like the darker scenes when there's even like supposedly like hair follicles for this tail. You probably want to use like a airbrush. Probably want to use an airbrush to keep somewhat of the original of the original design, but also have like kind of a smoothing work to it. I kind of like what I'm doing here. The shadow work. There could be changes. There could be changes meant to this. Still experimenting. What will work, what will not, what looks good, what does not look good. Trial and error, everyone. Trial and error. Oh, okay. I think I'm getting it. Okay. Can use some work, but it's a good start. Hmm. Should I go stick with flat shadows? Let's go with anime shadows. Let's see. Seen up there. Because I don't know. Right here. She has a flat shadow design. Generally flat shadows, kind of like sharp edge shadows, like matching the design here. I see. Even with this one, yeah, simplify shadow for that specific hair strand. Yeah, yeah, I do understand it. Maybe like kind of this shadow work, do it, or like I don't know. Should I stick? Hmm. I don't know. I know. I want to experiment with my own kind of shadow. Maybe, okay, so for next piece, probably I'm gonna stick with this kind of shadow work for my next piece. And then slowly but surely. Alright. You see here. Where the light meets the dark. Here, it's not like a song, like. Yeah, actually it is. Actually it is. Alright, anyways. It's over here. Here. Alright. Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to the hours up. Did get a bit done today. But because of my exhaustion. Oh shit, I didn't realize the audio the muted for the oh my god, I am so sorry. So the video we were watching basically Gen Z stare, blah blah blah, millennials who are making TikToks about are basically not really showing not really showing actual interest of why Gen Z stare is happening. Basically the Gen Z stare is the equivalent of the millennial pause, if you understand what I'm getting at. But this time, it's some of the millennials who are posting TikToks about that. Not really interested in getting to know why it's happening, but more so antagonizing and villainizing members of Gen Z or Gen Z as a whole for having the Gen Z stare. And most of the situations, like I think from what I've mentioned in this video was a mother came into a burger restaurant, ordered burger for their daughter, and they make sure there's no onions and no onion residue on the burger. My daughter is allergic to onions, like, and the Gen Z was like, and in the head, I'm bad thinking like, why the fuck did you come to a burger restaurant when there's lots of fucking onions here? Go fucking somewhere else. Anyways, I completely forgot to unmute the desktop audio. Very sorry about that. I was way into this, and I don't know if I accidentally pressed something on my keyboard and muted it. Like, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna be ending the stream off here. Thank you for everyone for joining the stream. Hope you all having a good rest of the day, evening, and night time zone. Make sure you have something to eat, and make sure you're hydrating, my blitzies. With that being said, I'm gonna try to get some rest. Originally I was gonna clean up my room a bit, clean up the bathroom a bit, but realizing how exhausted I am from work being unexpectedly more busy with a few technical error with a few technical difficulties, with quite a bit technical difficulties, to be exact. Yeah, I am exhausted, not only from the workload, but also customers, as the video was as the video that was unfortunately muted, but unbeknownst to me, was also talking about. Anyways, I'm gonna get going. Make sure you eat and hydrate, my blitzies. That being said, bye bye, matinee.